Well, welcome in everyone. How's everyone doing today? I think the network is killing itself, which is lovely. I always love that. Uh, let's see. Wait, I do think I know what's causing that. That should fix it. Oh, did it fix it? Or did it break it? Um, mm, uh, maybe? It says reconnecting. Fuck. Okay. I think we're back. I think we're back. OBS says I'm back. Um, okay. It looks like it. Hopefully. So, yeah, anyways, what was I saying? I don't remember. Okay, so if you weren't here last time, we did, or I did show off our new emote, which is great. It is this one. This is our, I think, technically second custom emote if you ignore the raid emote that I cooked up in a couple hours. It's shit. So this one's our first professionally made emote. Again, made by the lovely Bonita Amor. Um, she should be the artist listed under this if you find it. But right, we are gonna get an ad break in 5-ish minutes. Before then, I'm gonna quickly explain what we're doing today. Big thing, we're gonna be working on same project as last time. I'm gonna try to get a little bit, um, I guess, better at not better. I'm gonna try to do a little more on the project, and maybe not jump between explaining stuff and the thing as much. I will probably, I don't know, I'll put something up on screen. Obviously, if someone does send a message, I have alert. I don't know if you can hear it. I can hear it. So, as always, if you have a question, please ask. I will explain. I want to explain. Um, I do better at this. Why the fuck am I talking on this empty screen? There, right? I do better. I get better at understanding code when I explain. That's all to say. If you have questions, please feel free to ask. But I will be focusing a little more on actually trying to make progress. So I can put text up on screen, right? Yeah, I know how to do that. Uh, oh, there, text. Left. get it to just resize itself. Be nice. Okay. Yep, we're going to ad break in just a couple seconds. I will figure out how to say words, and then I'll see you back in 3 minutes once it actually starts. You spell this word. Oval. I did spell it right. I'm an idiot. Mm. Uh, that's not centered. Good enough. This one, where's it? There we go. Okay. Yeah, I will still try to explain things over time, um, like eventually, but I'll probably work a little more on the code first before explaining a bunch. Hopefully that makes sense. At least once I actually get into it. Takes a minute for that to happen, so I'll just kind of be saying my thoughts out loud. You might, like I said last time, might not always be coherent. Okay, so yeah. Oh shit, does the drop work? The oh, hopefully that's enough that you can hear my voice over the music. Huh. What was we were doing last time? Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Like I remember that. Okay. Um, Yo, what the hell? Thank you for the raids. Um, Ketu Voss. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for bringing your community here. What were you doing? You were streaming software and game development. Hell yeah. Uh, yeah. Um, for those of you who are new here, which I think is everyone. I'm Shadow. I do software. Mostly software dev. Some gaming from time to time. We do a little bit of art, a little bit of singing every once in a while. And yeah, we have fun. Chill. Cool place to just work, relax. I hope stream was fun. What were you doing? Unless you have to raid and run. I know those of us who stream the DGen hours sometimes have to just end stream and head to bed. So of course, if you need to take care of yourselves after stream care, whatever you need to do, please do that. Yeah, die. I don't know. New discovery that dying is bad for your health. And yeah, is that everything? Yeah. Uh, nice loving tunes. We're working on some OpenGL stuff with Zig. Oh, oh shit, that's cool. I know. I think uh, I've seen a little bit of Zig. I don't know very much about it besides that it's similar-ish to C. Or is it C++? I think it's C. I don't remember. You're just winding down, so you'll be here for a little bit at least. Oh, thank you for sticking around. You enjoy what we're doing. We are making a tool to make um terminal interface apps easier to make. That kind of makes the positioning and creating of elements a little more intuitive and easier to work with. I've been working on a volumetric data visualizer since like 2019. Damn. So you're just chipping away at it? But yeah, Zig is closer to C than C++. Okay, okay. Well, hell yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, data visualization. And just anything in that realm of C-like. It's been a mystery. I want to learn Rust this summer, I think. Rust. I was doing a little bit with C++ and Juice. Yeah, that didn't go anywhere. um, But yeah, I'm looking to pick up at least some Rust stuff. Just because making like those kind of like apps, like desktop and stuff that run more clean and aren't as restricted as Python. Because Python's my primary language, but you can't really make apps in Python. You can kind of with some frameworks, but that's something that I've been wanting to do for a while. But hell yeah, sounds like that is a fun project. I assume it's fun if you've been working on it since like 2019. Rust is a massive pain in the neck, in your opinion. The borrow checker is a huge pain, gets in the way. Hmm, interesting. That is, I mean, that is definitely something I will consider. But that's just, but there's plenty of people who enjoy it. So that's just one opinion. Yeah, no, that's fair. I know there's definitely some opinions I have on languages that other people seem to really like using for some reason. Um, JavaScript. I think JavaScript is a little more acceptable um, to hate on, but you know, I know some people who uh, swear on JavaScript. Like, well, I mean, they make it work, so yeah. Oh yeah, I did explain the project. Yeah, so like the project we're working on is for the terminal interface stuff, but right now I'm just trying to draft out just because it's a very big task. I'm trying to draft out in my head how I want the interface to be, at least somewhat, because then it makes it a little easier to work on and not get too uh, like start making one feature one way and be like, well, no, that's not the way I want it to interface. So spending a little more time. Well, I think it's the only project I've spent that this much time on trying to figure out what the interface will be like. Yeah, that's what we're doing now. So it is Python syntax, roughly, but it's in a text file because none of this exists yet. It's easy to get spoiled by JavaScript, honestly. The looseness lends to doing some real dumb stuff. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's some things in Python that are a little more. Python. There are some things in Python that are a little strange. Like, why is an empty list false? Why is that something that you can do? But it is. So it's that can be a little annoying, which is similar to JavaScript in some ways. But yeah, If I'm more of a Python dev, you'd actually recommend Lua or C Sharp. C Sharp over Lua. The .NET ecosystem is really nice to work with. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Great. That's what this is for. Ooh, what's that? Cool, cool. Oh, hi, and thank you for the follow, Kit. Yeah, Cat 2 is fine. Please feel correct me in chat if you prefer something different. Um, the only real gripe with C Sharp is that it does not like running on your legacy hardware. Laptops from 2010 are ill-suited for higher level development. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Yes, Cat 2 is fine. Cool, cool. Yeah, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun here. Let me see, actually. I did pull this up. Oh, I am. Unless I want you to say. Yeah, no. Um, options. Yeah, the project you were working on is much more uh, just in the shader. In fact, you've been writing the outline for it in WebGL, C Sharp, C++, Zig, Lua. The real meat of it is just the fragment shader. And right now, the only real functional part of it that you have is only 17 lines of code. Yeah, that happens. That happens sometimes. But like, if you've been working on it, and the biggest thing is like learning from it, that still counts as progress, even if it's not as visible. No, yeah, no, that happens. You can get a project, and at least in my experience, you start working on it, and you get pretty far, and then you're like, well, maybe I should actually make sure it works. I've done that. I have a bad habit of not doing unit testing and just writing like the full program and then going and testing it and being like, everything is fucked. It's all broken. Hmm. and then you have to go unit test each individual chunk. Now all the way at the end, once you're supposed to be done with everything. Yeah, that's a bad habit. With equals auto type equals auto and a modifier function. Or so I know a little bit about like WebGL and stuff. I know like so wait, what do I know? I know that it's the language that you use for writing like shaders. I think I saw a tutorial someone was talking about it on like oh like website. What was he looking at? I know it was like shader playground or something. I forget exactly. I don't know if that was. I think that's WebGL or maybe it's OpenGL. I think that's OpenGL. Assume the GL stands for graphics library something. Shader toy. Yeah, that one. I think I saw like I was reading through their kind of like their default website about a I don't think maybe it wasn't default. I think it is. It's the Mandelbrot set. Something like a shader for that. That's where I that's where I remember that from. But I don't remember very much from that. You don't do unit tests. When you use debuggers, you just dump raw output to console and run everything constantly. At this point, all your OpenGL stuff is set up to live update your shaders to save. Or live update your shaders on save. So you're like testing after every change in real time, just about. Yeah, that's how that's how I used to do it. For the longest time I didn't use debuggers. I still barely use debugging. Because like in theory it's better. It's easier to like look at all of the variables. I think after an extent it just becomes so many things that you have to look through in that little menu. At least a debugger in a PyCharm that I might as well just dump it to the console and look at it there. The only one that's not really as nice for is when I'm working with NumPy stuff and you're working with like 7-dimensional um like vectors and arrays, and then that it's maybe not quite as useful to just dump it all to the console. So that's like the only time that I've actually used a debugger. But yeah, no. I feel like that's kind of like kind of like the consequence of just learning programming and stuff on your own. If you don't learn the quote unquote correct way to do things, you learn the I mean, this works. It's probably good enough. I mean, I can make things with it. So there's definitely some of that that I wanna that I've been trying to learn, and then given up because I would just rather do it my way. It works. Yeah, big vectors and large data sets can be a pain to debug if anything goes wrong. Yeah. Some enum. Yeah, that's fine. You've been self-taught for 20 years. Do you feel like there's plenty of things that you do like, oh, this is absolute garbage, even like a month ago or even like earlier tonight? Yeah, I think it's to an extent it's something that I really like because sometimes with uh, like with classes when you're working with or when I was working with people who were taught code more formally, and so they had a much better like flat understanding kind of how stuff worked. They always tended to do things a certain way, and so like an interesting side effect of being self-taught is that you don't, I mean, like as much as people say this a little bit as a joke, you do have a different perspective on how things can be accomplished because you just kind of did the simplest solution, or at least I'll speak just for myself. I always do the simplest solution until, because you don't have like the framework of this is the process that you do these things in. So there's that. I think it is interesting, though maybe not always the best because sometimes a new perspective is not what's needed. Uh, Which I don't want to do this. Oh. Um, and then this is just the same thing, height in rows. Height in int rows, string, get heights. It's nice in some situations because you focus on what makes sense to you and how you think and how you expect your code to look and feel. But it also becomes a bit of a hindrance when you're trying to learn from other code or if other people want to work on your stuff. Like you have a different perspective, so you almost assuredly do things differently, which is good in some ways and can get in the ways, or can get in the way with other things. Yeah, yeah. It's nice when you need to think differently to solve the problem, but then other people, yeah, sometimes you're looking at other people's code and it doesn't quite, like, it makes sense, but some of the, it's not quite as intuitive because you're not used to that style programming, or people look at your code and it's a little confusing in that aspect because you can't just look at the code and be like, okay, I know what that is. You actually have to go read it line by line, look at the comments, and be like, oh, like I think I understand what they're talking about. And, I think we can just use the property again, actually. Look at layout. No, no. If we use layout like that, then we treat it as a property. Where do I have it? I have uh, that property. Yeah. Uh, Platforms. Yeah, like you try and keep all things together. Like anytime you have, say, an object, everything that pertains to that object is with the object. So if you need to look at a field or a method or something, you just go to that object, all initialization updates, etc. It's on one place. You see so many APIs that have you initialize things in one place, use them in another, call them someplace else, and things just get scattered all over the place, makes it hard for you to trace issues. Yeah, yeah. No, I have seen that before. Like I definitely no, I understand that it's like sometimes that is necessary, but I think other times it is not the choice that should have been made. I think it was the bootstrap. Yeah, I think it was bootstrap TK because it was to kind of make using the TTK. Um, I don't even remember what that stands for, but it's one of the ways that you can actually make UIs from Python. Um, and the TTK library is very cool, but by default it makes windows that kind of look like very like default like flat windows. Um, and so it doesn't look very nice. So then there's Bootstrap TK, and things are just everywhere. It's because I was kind of frustrated with how it handles images. Well, I am, but I gave up on using it. um, and so I was trying to figure out how to get it to work. Um, and you're just looking through like this thing. You're like, okay, well, I mean, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, literally that reference is there, but what does that actually do? So then you have to go one layer deeper, and it's like, well, I mean, I guess, but like from here, you just call another thing. Okay, fine, one layer deeper, and then you go like seven layers deep, and you're like, oh, that's I can't fix that, and then you give up. But with lower level libraries, yeah, you do see it a lot. Sorry, you see it more low level libraries like Vulkan. Source for it. It's frustrating because anytime you need to update something, you don't want to have to go to 10 different files and 17 classes to change one thing. Yeah, yeah, no, that makes sense. um, no, I no, actually, this should just be left as one float because that's not the width anymore. It should go in position somewhere. Actually, why am I making this? Like, suppose number of rows. Um, oh, or okay, maybe this is what I did. Yeah, at least we'll do better. Position should be what? Tuple int. Mm, yeah, just one int. Keep an int string. That makes sense. Um, int, um, from the left side. Mm, All right, so sorry, I haven't been explaining much. So the idea is that when you kind of to start setting up the app, you make a terminal object, and for options you have width, height, a position, um, the position. No, yeah, okay. So, on left top. Um, total from top, and left, right. Wait, no. Top, top, bottom, center. So the idea is that if you are kind of setting up a terminal app, then you want to be able to also specify how big it is, because maybe you want other uh, things scrolling past it that you want to keep there. So you have the terminal app. Maybe you have like another thing running on top of it that you want to label on. So you could specify that its height is only 20 rows. And then you could specify that it's at the bottom. And then that will have it only worry about the space that is in that bottom section. Then you can use, for example, like horizontal position. It's the same thing, but instead of being top bottom, it is left right. Uh, column from left, total from left, left, right, forward, enter. This this means that you can have an app, be wherever you need it to be, so that you can put content around it. A couple other options that I wanted to have were, how does it handle if a Ketu? Anyways, time for you to lurk. Well, thank you for stopping by, and thank you for the raids. Thank you for being a community here, and have a good lurk. I Well, yeah, have a good time zone. I don't know. Whatever it's, whatever, evening, morning. I think you said it was evening, like you were winding down. Yeah, so have a good night, sleep, stuff. Uh, yeah. Uh, yes. Options here. It was it? It's a oh 0300 there because what's a normal sleep schedule anyways? That is true. But what is normal sleep schedule anyways? Well, I hope you have a good sleep. And oh yeah, sorry for the ads. Whoops. Okay. Yeah. Uh, yeah. So it will. So the because it's not actually that much of a deal, it doesn't have to just error. Because I mean, like even if it isn't ideal that the terminal has to scroll, it is still possible. It's not anything wrong with it. So, nothing. Um, and the default is so nothing doesn't do anything. If it overflows a border, it treats that as just a normal thing that happens. Um, Squeeze tells whatever kind of boxes, whatever things it needs to squeeze as much as they can. And hopefully it finds, hopefully it gets it within the borders. If it doesn't, then then it just leaves it alone. It's like, okay, well, I tried. Clipped uh, tries to squeeze. It tells all of the boxes to squeeze as much as they can. But if it can't actually get it within the borders, it just cuts it. It cuts off the content, which I don't think is something you'd normally want to do, but who knows? And then error says, well, if it breaks its containment, error, which is obviously not something you would distribute to like a user or someone, but it's good for testing because then when it overflows, then it'll immediately tell you that it overflowed, even if you didn't, see it yourself. You'll still know. So that is one of the more. It's not really like a thing with the tool itself. It's a little more. It's not a thing for the app itself. It's more dev oriented, but obviously it's still an option. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you for the follow, Lord Fiery. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Or I said that right. As always, feel free to correct me in chat. But thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. And welcome in. Yeah. Nothing, there's nothing. Squeeze, tries, clip, tries, and then just cuts the content and error. Well, it errors. This makes a little more sense because then Flex doesn't even worry about, how big it is, for example, like if you don't care. So yeah, Flex, it's not that there isn't a width, it's that whenever the width gets surpassed, it just updates the width. Or that's like if you put Flex for the width, or if you put Flex for the height, for example, then whenever the up height is surpassed, there's just more height after that. So there's never a limit to the height. And so I think you can probably. Would it be good? Yeah, no, you can still put content, like justify it to the left, for example. You could, or I guess right. I know my directions. you would justify right. It's just that whenever you add content in the middle, all of that just gets pushed over. And I mean, like if you add content that after it that's more justified to the right, that would get pushed after it instead of moving it. So different justifications will have one column gap. At least, actually, we can probably set that. Well, welcome in. How fluff? First time chatter when they break the rules, but you can't tell because they did it on a piece of paper and they sent it into space. They're kind? Well, yeah, at least they're kind. And that is true. But space knows. Space always knows. How's it going? Welcome in. Separate. I can spell separate. Just. Oh, okay. Thanks. Oh no, we can just do that in margin. Okay. Yeah. Wait, did I already say that? Sorry, I am tired. But yeah, how's it going? How? Um, Time for more coffee. Mm, I'll just leave it there. Mm. Hal, you're fine. We've been working on a post-jam version of a game you made. Oh, hell yeah. What's the game about? If you don't mind sharing, obviously. Uh, and I can spell. I don't know. It's like Celeste, but it's not Celeste, and it's NES style. And you feel yo-yo. It's really hard. Yeah, it sounds cool. You're going for the kind of like I already heard Celeste was pretty hard in general. So going for more like Thoughty and Rage game, but Celeste, but not Celeste. And NES. Something like that. More along the lines. like that. I think, or maybe that. Well, I don't know. We put this there. With just kind of like, yeah. Watching people play it definitely made it seem like a good rage game. But there's always room in the market for more rage game. Uh, I definitely know people who like that kind of. I've never understood it, but I know there are people who enjoy playing those kind of games. So um, you like to think of it as an authentic NES experience. Okay, well then hell yeah. I never. Well, yeah. I don't think words. I don't think I've ever played on the NES. I haven't played on any console. But I haven't owned any console, but I think played on a couple ones like friends' houses. That's cool. They'll play that. Plus is the like platformer story kind of game. Uh, like you haven't. You also haven't played on like NES. Hmm, okay. Weren't too late. For NES. You were in just in time for the Game Boy Advance. Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. Uh, mm, margin. That. But yeah, no. I hope I assume you just like, are you like adding content, like polishing it? You planning on publishing it? I guess for most jams, you have to put it on, or you have to kind of semi-publish it anyways, right? At least I think like the ones I've seen on itch.io, you have to put it up publicly, which I think is basically publishing. Mm-mm. Oh, you're just having fun making a full game? If you can show on, that's fine. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I get that. Just making game to make a game. Um, well, hell yeah, then I hope that goes well. Uh, yeah, I think we do stream. Do clicks, bring, right, up, down, perfect. But what project is this? I am working on. Okay, working is a strong word. I am planning out, I guess, kind of a tool for command line interface apps, so that making them is easier and more flexible, a little more similar to something like it's kind of like HTML style positioning and stuff. That's kind of the idea. I well, I mean, I've wrote stuff, but right now I'm trying to just kind of define a bunch of the how I want the interface to be, so that when I actually start making the project, it doesn't just fall apart's a bad word. Like sometimes, like if you start making a project and you don't have a clear idea on how you want the interface to be. In the past, I've made things and I've made tools that then when I go look back at how it's structured, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense at all. So I want to try to avoid that somewhat. Um, uh, um, Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Just what? Well, I mean, sounds cool. Could you replay? Oh, it was you weren't focused. Yeah, that's fine. Kind of. I think I explained this last stream I did on this. Or kind of like a command line interface. Making command line interface apps is a pain because you have to go and rewrite. Let me see if I can. Command prompt. I don't know if any good ones that I have. I ask, did I do this in main? I think I put something in main. Yeah. Pi main.py. So I can write this, and if I want, I can put like some text here. I can put text here and do whatever this. But now if I want to change like this area to be wise, I have a couple of options. I can either rewrite the entire console and to make it wise, or I can figure out how to navigate the cursor up to that position, rewrite that, and then navigate the cursor back down. And usually you want to do the second one so that you can, so that you aren't rewriting the entire console every like many times a second. But that's hard. It's not necessarily hard to do, but it's a pain to keep track of everything and make sure everything updates right, and then make sure that everything fits together nicely. So the tool is designed to. Oh yeah, I had something here. Tool is designed to make that a little easier, a little more like standard graphics design stuff. A little more, not quite like HTML, CSS stuff, but a little more, a little closer to that in style. Because a lot more people are familiar with that, and that just makes it easier to make things if you don't have to focus on both the UI and the actual app behind it. And yeah, last time I also explained like people use command line interfaces because you don't have to actually make a full UI and you don't have to worry about rendering the frames and the framework. There's a lot of interesting frameworks and many of them suck, especially for Python. I think Qt is the only one that might be good. I haven't tried Qt, so I wouldn't know. A big one that people use is TTK. I was just discussing it earlier. It sucks. TTK is not fun to use. And when it works, it makes very flat interfaces, and there's a bunch of things around it that all try to fix that, and they all just suck more. Anyways, big rant. UI in some languages especially sucks. Well, the idea is that you would kind of make like elements or like items and be like, I want to make a text element, and then I want to put it. If we go back to that, no, stop. We go back to. Oh. Back to that. You would make like an element. You'd be like, I want to put a text element here. And then later you could be like, okay, I want to update the text element to instead of saying, I don't know, like Python is really cool, and instead I wanted to say that Python is sometimes interesting. So CLI tooling to make ASCII UI. Kind of. Those will be like one of the elements. It's just to make it feel a little more like the HTML kind of standard graphics design stuff that people are fully used to, and that people understand how to use, like moving things here and placing an element here, and then having that element just kind of handle itself and not having to worry about, like, I don't know, like if I update that text, will it push this element, which pushes this element, which means that I then have to move this top row of this element back one row so that it stays in line with the rest of itself. Kind of all of the complexities of that kind of stuff will be handled a little more by the tooling. I don't know if that makes a whole lot of sense. It is a very it's very much in the stages of a thing that I think would be cool and is in my head, and not in the stages of practicality yet. Yeah, yeah, no, kind of. Yeah, it's a little like Flexbox. I guess that's a good comparison. Yeah, swear to God, I've been. Um, when you start thinking about these things, like, oh yeah, no, this is because I have some stuff here. I have okay, well, some stuff I have a lot of stuff, and it looks like a lot of stuff. But I was saying this is that it's all the same shit. But this is just a bunch of stuff over and over again. The big one is the quarks handler. Anyways, details aside, I had started building this kind of, and then I was like, okay, well, maybe I should actually try a little harder to make it make sense. So I have some of the ideas down. Keep in mind, none of this is tested. I don't know. I don't think any of this works because I don't think anything works because I don't have the handlers either. Um, red. Wait, fuck. Oh wait, no, it's fine. Updates, ace, red stuff. What if you made this an NES style game with a yo-yo? You know, it's not a bad idea. It might, it might work, but I would probably need to actually build something first. Oh, this is going great. I love it. See, I like the. Let's I probably should just start building shit. Probably better. No. We didn't say we did say the weren't any async. This is update, so it all runs on one thread. I need to make this one. Do you have test code to mock up the API? No. Kind of. I mean, like, I think I know what you're talking about. Sorry, my brain is deep fried right now. Yeah, we're kind of getting to that time, but oh, yeah, stuff to test that the API actually does what it's supposed to do. No, I don't have any of that yet because I don't actually have any of the API decided. There's definitely a point, like once I have actually figured out kind of what I want the API to look like, but I have so little actually fully built that I need to well, I need to have more there first. A margin R is between the two. Oh, yeah. Well, it looks good and feels good to write. Yeah, that's kind of what this is. It is in just a text document, and it's mixed with some documentation stuff. But yeah, this is kind of just drafting out what the API would look like, should look like. It's not very structured, which I probably should fix. But yeah, so yeah, I wouldn't want to write this in a Python file just because it would immediately flag with like 700 errors, and that gets kind of annoying. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I get that. Margin. Left, right. Uh, int. I mean, I guess I should just copy this. to the right, and this is int row to the at least for you feels more helpful than shouting into the API voice and start. Yeah, no. That is true. It's bottom up, but down. I know. Up like this. And rows on the left, left, right. I think it's also top and bottom. Oh, actually, okay. Well, but you know what? That's why did you open up all the over there? No. That. That. Only that. I'm looking at that. And change that. Should it work like this? I think. Do this. Do this. I mean, it's not this because clearly you don't like it. It's oh no, it's this and then this inside here. For dock strings. Never mind. That won't work here. Uh, It equals 50, 30, black. Okay. And things. This is still way over, so it'll force it to squeeze. But yeah, this is still. No. Not, why did I use new? That's not a Python thing. Loading bar. Okay. So the idea for the test app is that kind of interesting actually. Um, is that like the idea that it just actually runs and does something tangible makes sense. So we'll try that. So it makes a terminal with a width of 60, height flexible, and then it positions the terminal in the center. I think we can actually just center top of the screen. Then it makes a text item called explanation that has some text. The idea that it would be forced to squeeze the text, and one of the squeezing techniques that I want to implement is smart. Um, possible than words. So yeah, we have an ad starting in 30 seconds. I apologize. I They do need to be 3 minutes so that we don't have pre-rolls. Which is unfortunate, but I will be here when y'all come back. And I do appreciate it if you stick around. It helps support the channel. And if I do anything like crazy, amazing stuff, I'll explain it when the ads are over, so that people don't miss anything. Yeah. Oh, labeled is not spelled like that. Wait, is it? Holy shit, I can spell. Mm-hmm. Words are hard. Words are hard, chat. For count bar. Mm, welcome back to Mads, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it. It helps support the channel. Helps us get new things like our amazing new emote. Yes, I will keep being proud of it. I love it. Great. Uh, I don't know if proud's the right word. Whatever. Words are hard. You know what I mean. Be justify. Um, for center. Left. Dynamic, I think, is a good way to do it. Fill color equals green. Fill color is green. How long have we been streaming, by the way? Okay. I think I'll probably finish this roughly. We'll give it another 10-20 minutes, and then we'll switch over to a game for the rest of stream. Something like that. Or maybe we take a break. I don't know. Maybe we take a break and just come back to this. We will see. But yeah, we'll give it 10 minutes. It's 4. Or yeah, no, it's only 4. We started streaming way late today, but that is my bad. We had some kind of technical issues. Well, it was I lost track of time first, and then we had technical issues. Not a good combination. The color green. Um, Let's label. Next, adding the label group. Okay, so we make a progress text. Which is just empty for now. And because when we want to actually put stuff in it, which is what we're going to embed in the count bar, we need the count bar to exist first. So the idea is that there is this class of things that are updaters, and they will let updater subclasses. Updater takes from publisher, I guess. Oh, no, we have it in here. Yeah, publisher on update. So an updater is a specific kind of publisher, or I guess it takes from publisher. Basically, it not only tells you that an event has happened and what the event is, but it consistently, like, you can query it for a value. So, for example, I can tell it to look at the count bar updater's progress, which is just the actual, like, the count bar progress, but the count bar progress is a number that'll just give me a value. The updater, when I say count bar dot updater dot progress, ideally would give me back an updater object that when I ask it, okay, so what are you now? It'll give me back a value. And then whenever something is changed, so I can subscribe to it, then I can query it again and say, okay, hey, what are you? Okay, now you're this value, and then I can change it. Yeah, we can do this. And that then. Colors dot teal. We have bar width label. So then we can add a, I guess, that's under 60. Okay, so button make Um, Color stop. Okay. Alright, we will be taking a break soon then. Keep that space. Wrong press. Color dot. Hi, Knock. How's it going? Welcome in. Oh, fuck, dude. No, that's not good. I didn't even register that. Oh, fuck. Most stuff is breaking. But yeah, how's it going? I'm doing alright. We're just working on some stuff. We're probably gonna, or we will, um, put a pause on this in a bit. Once I think we're at a good like stopping point. And then we're gonna go play some games. Because my brain hurts. Pokemon colors dot, I don't know. Gray. Light gray. Wait, no. Wait, foreground colors dot white. Background equals. Oh no, please relax. Please relax your brain. Yeah, I will. I will. Why would you? That's not good. Right, restart streaming bot. I hope that fixes it. Streaming bot isn't picking up any of the messages because it's supposed to play a notification in my ears so that I don't forget to look at chat, which I've done. And it isn't. But yeah, I will. We are getting there. We're definitely, yeah. As it gets later, or I guess earlier. Hey, knocked. I'm staying up until your time. It's what, like 4 a.m. here? Oh, hmm. Oh, why? Why is not? Why? Well, that's why. That makes a lot of sense. That streamer button wouldn't know what's happening. But why? Hmm. Well, that's also not good. I think. I am very confused on what's happening. Twitch is telling me I am barely connected, which, oh, oh, oh my god. That's really fucking stupid. Okay. Well, I know why. Well, hi, knock. Again. Yeah. Because me and Dino share ban info, and you were banned in Dino's chat, so you were a suspicious user and none of your messages were published to chat. It all makes sense. But that's pretty funny. Yeah, no, I was there. I saw that. I was like, I mean, good to know it works. Yeah, that is true. It does. You know, it does its job. Sometimes when we don't want it to do its job, it does its job very well. Anyways, but that's a different story. Now, I am confused. Am I actually unbelievably unstable, or is Twitch confused? Because I think it's confused. Like you can't. Okay. Well, then we'll trust the numbers that we see in OBS. OBS says it's fine. It's fine. Um, this is No. Yeah, I can spell. Width equals, oh, 40 equals 3. 3. I said 3 and pressed 5. I am intelligent. 5. Yeah, quick rundown for anybody who's not know what we're doing. I am designing a library and the API and like how you're supposed to work with the library uh, being a bunch of code that you can use to do things. And I'm designing how you interact with that library, which that should not be going off still. Oh, I love StreamerBot. Or not StreamerBot. I love Stream Elements. It's but I'm designing how you're supposed to, work with it and how it's supposed to make life easier. And so this is kind of a app that's not really an app because none of this exists or works. But I'm designing similar to what I was doing here, how you would work with it if it did exist. So that when I actually make it exist, I can just run this and then I have something that works and it does stuff as like a proof of concept. I probably want to make something a little simpler too, but we will do that next time because we are bumping up just against the time when I do want to switch. Button, let me just put them in a row. That adds information. That adds bar with label. That adds button. Hi Zaman, how's it going? Should my yeah, is my window open? No, it isn't. Then you're good. Nice, nice. You just woke up and having coffee? I didn't just wake up, but I also have coffee. It's finished. But the coffee's good. Hope the morning's good. Oh yeah, no. I guess probably been maybe awake for a bit. I guess it depends. Your sleep schedule is fucked, so maybe you haven't been awake for a bit, but hopefully your morning's going okay. Both of you. I don't know if I said that. Words are hard. Words are hard, brain is hard. Don't say I mean your sleep schedule isn't fucked. It works just as intended. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it works as intended. Sometimes. It's not a bug, it's a feature. It's like a Bethesda game. 16 times the sleep deprivation. What do I have? No, I don't. I don't have anything set up. Then there are these two birds that always come screaming at your window every day this time, and you always fail to take a picture of them. We got to be sneaky. You gotta 16 times the sleep after the sleep deprivation. You gotta be sneaky. You gotta like you have to like peek out from behind the walls. That's fucking corner peeking to hide under the table. Hide under the table. Become ninja. Come on, wait, no. Finished this. Become stealth archer. Exactly. Just stack. Just put a bunch of rings on your fingers. Was it rings or gauntlets? I forget. Yeah, put a bunch of rings on your fingers and become invisible. For warning, I know jack shit about Skyrim besides from the Spiffing Brit. That's where all of my Skyrim knowledge comes from. Well, that's where all of the Skyrim knowledge comes from. And then a little bit. And then I do know Salmon plays. Will you mod Skyrim? I think, right? Yeah, you mod. Yeah, you do the moddings, the moddings of the Skyrim. Yeah, Spiffing Brit is great. You love him? Yeah, yeah, it's fun. See, because there's you can play a game or you can break a game, and they're two very different um things. But if you can break the game, it's always very fun. Oh, interactive. Uh, reactive. Uh, oh yeah, I don't know if I explained it recently. We're making a library to make command line apps and command line utilities easier to make. So that instead of having to manage all of the text by yourself, the library will figure all of that out, and then you can just kind of treat it a little more like a standard UI library. It's not going to be quite like HTML levels of flexibility because you are still working with very solid, unmoving blocks of text, but in theory, it should be, or not in theory, it should be a lot better than whatever than the app than doing it all manually. That's the idea. Okay, yeah, but we should switch. Keep saying that. Uh, updates. And max equals 100. Finished. I don't know. To do stuff. Finished. Terminal dot one. Okay. I'm gonna leave it there. That is enough that I'm happy with that. I kind of a little more figuring out what I want the eventual API to be. We'll probably work on that for a couple more streams at least before we actually start writing proper code. But for now, I'm gonna pick a game for the next, I don't know, probably hour. I don't know if I'll play it longer than that. Yeah, there's the one that we were playing before that we liked. It was Seek 1. You can't see this. Let me wait. See anything bad here? No. No. It's probably fine. Eh, yeah. Actually, probably not. Just it's not here. I don't know what else is on theme, so I am just gonna kind of describe it, I guess. So there's one game that I have downloaded called Plasma that I do want to. Which is kind of like a robot building game thing. And it's kind of interesting, but development is stopped. So it's not finished yet. Or it's not finished and it's not going to be finished. But it looks interesting. People say that it's at least decent for what's there. So I don't know, we can try that. And then, yeah, we can do Seek 1 again. I think we'll look at Plasma first. I mean, I think we'll just play Plasma until the end of stream. And then next stream, we'll look at this other game that I have to still download. They mentioned that it failed as a commercial product. Yeah. Yeah. Hard decision to no longer support development of the game. We tried our best, made plenty of mistakes on the way, but ultimately the hard truth is that Plasma has totally failed as a commercial project. While there are things we wish we had done differently, we are still very proud of what we achieved as a small independent team. And so they made it free after they stopped development. It is free, which is how I got it. that is nice. That at least if they're stopping development, they're gonna make it free. But obviously, it looks really really cool, and I would much rather have seen it fully come to life. But it is what it is. It is a very very small team. Stop the music there. As there may be a paid DLC thing for people who might want to support. Um, no, yeah, no, they fully left it. I know because it was paid for a while. It was paid early access for a while, and I think I don't remember where I saw it. I think it was in the reviews somewhere. It said that they had um yeah, like paid early access thing. But then I think it was after how many years? Well, I mean, I guess how many years since it started? Stop. Just all the way down to the bottom. So February 20 or September 2022 is when the free demo came. So okay, yeah. So September 2022 is when they kind of dropped it. No. Yeah, March 30th, the 2023 they released into early access. And then May 22nd, 2024, they um stopped developing it and said it's free to play. So, yeah, it is what it is. We will see because it looks cool. Like most of the games that I have are one free and two technical oriented. I have a couple that are automation oriented and then some that are more technical. Oh, I don't like that it does that. Okay. Um, so that's what a lot of these will be. Come on. Is the game capture? Okay, yeah, the game. What the hell is that? Is that just the thing? Yeah, that's what I said because I was looking through the store for some cool to play, and I saw it and I'm like, that that doesn't look like a free game. That's not the stuff you find on a free game. And it's like, well, yeah, it isn't the thing you really find on a free game. It's just it's not being developed anymore. Sucks. But like I was like on the Steam page, people have made some very interesting things with it, like huge things. So it looks like there's a decent amount of stuff there. So well, I'm going to just start it. Let me turn down the display master volume. Uh, Good enough. That is a pretty loud. Why? Uh, okay, so you have to hold it. What? So there's a face, heads. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay. No. I think I did that right. Yeah. Like one of the tags that I look through generally is this like programming as the like programming tag. So yeah, there's definitely a good bit of that for huh. Save device settings state 1. Oh, okay. Intensity. Right, like this is really fucking cool. There is very much nothing like it that I know of. It's like if Unity was fun to use and everything was pre-built. Because or at least like this system kind of reminds me of how Unity will let you like expose a variable, be like, here you can edit this from the big boy, like the main world editor. Uh, but it kind of sucks. It's not, it's not bad, but like, what the hell would friction be? Huh? No, no, no. You can't show me a drone and then say, "Oh, yoink! Give me this." No, no. I believe I can fly. Wow. So I think this might be some of the jank they were talking about. It's good jank, though. There's tiers to jank, and that is of the higher quality. Oh, I just skipped a bunch of the stuff that I was probably supposed to do. Okay. Can I go back and unskip the stuff that I was supposed to do? Oh, never mind. Okay. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. And I can just edit that. Okay, lovely. That's a number. That number comes from where? Quemst? What? What does this do? Okay, so that's just wires. But where? Oh, it's a knob. Output. Step value. Steps 8. Step value 2. Oh, it stopped. Depending on whether it is, and it's currently off. Wait, no, it's currently on. Okay, I get it. I get it. This is very Godot-like. I've not used Godot at all, but this is what Godot looks like. Or like this is what I've seen Godot looks like. Label. Oh, okay. Oh no. And with all of the same jank too. Wow. Because like these things don't actually own any of the stuff inside of them, so it's just there. Nope. What's that? And then motor, target speed, max force acceleration, inverse. If I flip this on and off, okay. Well, hell yeah. And you mean no 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 no? Oh, 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 oh. Okay. Well, okay. Well, maybe. Hmm. 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 I see. I see. Okay. Of course. How could I? Okay. See that's funny. It's funny. Okay, what's in here? Important to reset some default mode positions when switching modes. Okay, fine. Oh, oh, because it's a spider. Oh, oh no. Okay, that's fine. This is fun. Because this is how you control a spider is really fucking weird. But you do this thing called reverse kinematics, I think. Yeah, reverse kinematics. This thing does reverse kinematics. At least that's what it looks like. Unless I'm I'm not reading all of this. Okay, what's this? Walk logic. Okay, yeah, this calculates the follow distance. This just turns the lights off on to simulate blinking eyes. Okay, GPS tracker. Okay, if toggles on, let sensor signals. Okay, so this just turns on and off, I think. Uh-huh. Turn logic calculates the heading between insect and player and decides how much to turn or give control to walk logic. Oh, okay. Okay, fun. Of course. How could I forget turn logic? Can you? Uh, can you copy? Okay, then. Fuck. Nope. Wait. No, no. Can I? Well, I can move it. That's not what I want to do. Uh, stop. Uh, like that. I think. No. No, you can. No. 0 to 10 game. Yeah, no, that's not. I don't know if there's any enemies in this game. Doesn't look like it. Oh my god, I hate that. It, yeah, yeah. No, time control related logic. Let's figure. I mean, let's not figure this out, but I am just gonna try to decode what the fuck this means. A, what, A0, A1, A2, oh, okay, there's all, oh, these are all the different limbs. Okay. Yeah, no, this is reverse kinematics. Lovely. I love it when my silly little game making a, about making a car has reverse kinematics in it. Hmm, my favorite. Well, the next important thing is, does it work? Well, apparently, I like that. Um, oh, it works. Mm-hmm. Um, and like, unironically, the coolest thing about it is that that is actually how like robot insects and things like that uh would or like walk when you make them like IRL when you make a robot insect thing. That is in fact how they walk because oh hell yeah, crouch. Oh, okay, that's fun. Little side quest. What did you put here? You know what? W game. Yep, it's the top of the world. It does look like the top of the world. Wow. Uh, this looks like a car. Yoink. Oh no, I don't. Okay, you know, it's not actually that bad. It could be worse. That's, okay, that's nothing. Docked, undocked, forward. Okay, that's nothing. What the fuck is a relay? Forwards a signal to all connected nodes. What the fuck? Oh, okay, so it just says the same thing a lot. Wait, what? I'm so confused. How do you know which signal? Hmm. There are 4 of them. Okay. Controlled by gets input from the docking station, applies math to it, passes it through a gate controlled by the motor or switch, and then delivers the value to the motors. Lever controls speed multiplier. Okay, fine, fair enough. Receives input from the docking station, does some math, and passes it to the servos for the wheeling. Fine. Proceed to the buttons, toggles the light open or close. Toggling the light switch, toggle the lights on or off. Okay. It doesn't zoom any more than this. It's like, I'm confused. Does it just... Wait, no, forward pressed. Forward pressed. Forward pressed, forward released. Backward pressed, backwards released. What if both? I know what it does, because you can't have forward, down, and up at the same time. However, you can have back and forward, down at the same time. In that case, what? Does it add them together? Does it multiply them? Does it get confused and die? Like, it's cool, but what? F, duck. Oh, power. Motor switch on. Lights. Lights on. Okay, motor switch off. Switch. You know what? I guess it's good enough. Maybe it applies to the first one only? Yeah. Okay, wait, no. What if we go fast? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. So if I press forward, down, and then I press... Nope, it presses backwards. I think it does... Does it multiply them? That would be weird, though. Because then you would go like 12 times the speed. So I actually don't know. Then it does the last one? No. Huh. Interesting. Oh, I know. It evaluates them one by one. It goes down the list and says, okay, relay, you're set to 100. You're not set to 0. And then it sets it to negative 100 if both are pressed at the same time, because that one comes after forward in the list. That's my best guess as to what's happening and why. Wait, we were already here. Okay, so we have Spider. The House of Sketch. Okay, Q. Stamp on. Off. Toggle. Okay, these are two blue nodes are connected with a cyan connection. Cyan connections are connected to commands and generally do not carry data. Blue nodes represent behavior components. Okay, hell yeah, we're learning things. We're learning. Yeah, no, we did see that it's 100 and to negative 100, which is why I was like, yeah, no, there's no way that it just multiplies them. Because if it multiplied them, you would actually, the car would just leave. So, see the components list. All the components attached to this device, you can drag them from the list and into the sketch to create a node for that component. So if I take a button and I put it here, and I put the pressed on, okay, no. Oh, the button is already, I'm an idiot. Lamp. Put the press on toggle, and then put the on the lead. Actually, better. What if you're connected there, and you're not connected there? Wait, what? No, no. What do you mean images? I where? And is yeah, no, and is multiplying because it's 1 and 0. Boolean is 1 and 0. So yeah, and yeah, and is basically multiplying, kind of. Uh, no. Look, you can't do this and then say, "Oh, I guess the game was not a Well, I mean, I see why it was not a commercial success. This game is, I think, the definition of scope creep. Holy shit! This is nuts. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not a learning curve. There is no learning curve. It's a learning clip. It does try to explain things to you. If you don't know how to code, you're fucked. Wow. Look at that. What the f is this? Wait, what is this? Oh, it's a motor. Oh, okay. Pressed. Yeah. Notice how the two nodes are connected with a pink connection. Pink connections are connected to properties and carry data. In this case, the values defined in the pressed and released outputs of the button. Red nodes represent mechanic components. And notice how the two outputs of the button node pressed and released have a number before them. Most outputs can be customized. In this case, the pressed output is set to 100 and released is set to 0. Some output ports carry data by default, like the current speeds on the motor, and cannot be overwritten. Because, like, I was looking at this. I was looking just a little bit. Uh, uh, yeah, so, either you're not supposed to see this until way later, or, or I don't know, actually. I have no idea. Um, I mean, yeah, yes, it's an advanced node. Okay, like, this is like, it's a counter. Lovely. See, this is not very complicated. This is a PID controller. A tweener. Why? Comparator. Ah, yes. Counter. Tweener. PID controller. All the essentials. This is fucking nuts. No, what's in here? Okay. For those of you who don't know, PID is fuck. It's something integral and derivative. Proportional? Nah. What does PID stand for? What does PID stand? Yeah, proportional integral derivative. How complex can this game get? Yes. So PID stands for proportional integral and derivative. Basically, it's a way of saying this is what we have. This is what we have paint for. Paint break. No. Yes, it's morning. You don't need to remind me of that. Black screen. Desktop scene. And we grab this one. Paint. Great. Paint. Cool. I have I have a thing. It's a circle. I want the circle to be at this line. Oh, yeah, that one's process ID. That's a little different. This one is it's a way to control an object in space. Basically, if I have an object here, or let's say this object is not here. It's not at the line, and that's a problem because I want it to be at the line. And I tell it to and yeah, I tell it to go up and down, or I tell it to go down to this line. What it's going to do is it's going to be like, okay, well, I'm far away from the line, so I have to accelerate towards the line. But then once it gets to the line, it has to decelerate. Because once it gets to the line, it's like, okay, well, I'm done. But it's not done because it's still going forward. It's still accelerating forward. And then it has to decelerate backwards. And then we're at the same distance away from the line, but in the opposite direction. And then we do this back, and we do this forward, and back, and forward. And this is dumb. The circle is not very smart about it. Because instead, I need to accelerate towards the line, and then as I get closer to the line, I need to already start decelerating until I reach the line. This is what a PID controller does. It uses a bunch of fancy math. Derivative is basically how fast is a value changing. So it's how fast are we going? Wow. Well, no, I don't know exactly what it's taking the derivative of. I have not worked with any of these, but I know what they do. So you do a bunch of fancy math, and that math tells Circle how to stop exactly at the line, rather than waving up and down over and over again. That's what a PID controller does. It is also, notoriously, kind of a pain in the ass to implement. This game just has a PID controller, because why wouldn't it? Right, so proportional integral derivative, you can fine tune the PID, the PID to tell you what. Oh, yeah, no, I don't think it does that. That would be nuts. If it did that, then I would have questions. Um, but the fact that it just does that is a little nuts. Now, I'm curious what the hell else is in here. So you have a random number, a range. Okay, very simple. Number comparator compares two numbers. Uh, oh, okay. So that yeah, it takes two numbers, gives you an output based on some operator. Number decorator. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, okay. So it takes in a number, it gives you text. Fine, fair enough. A tweener is again a little crazy, but okay, fine. Examine Speed is the derivative of the location function. Acceleration is the derivative of the speed function. Yeah, yeah. Um, no. Okay, cuties. I'm gonna grab some groceries, or I'll go again right before. What? Or I will go again right before closing. You don't need that panic today. Maybe we'll catch when you're back. Maybe, probably not. But I hope your grocery trip goes well. Take care of yourself. Dying is bad. Take care of yourself. Dying is bad for your health. Have good groceries and have good time zone. Derivative of the acceleration function is this thing called jerk. Mm-hmm. It's I guess kind of like force, almost. It's like force. Wait, no, no, I'm an idiot. Yeah, no, it isn't. It's the no impulse. I guess it's kind of like impulse. Impulse is how fast force is. Fuck, I don't remember. I took physics a while ago. I'll have to take physics again. Oh, hmm. Well, that's future me's problem. Miscellaneous. Of course, my miscellaneous. I love it when we're like, okay, control motors, control lights. Cool, cool. Draw images and make a UI for custom in-game games. Uh, I see why. I see why it failed. I don't like that it failed. I would rather that it didn't fail. Physics was a first-year side class from you. Yeah. You barely remember anything? No, no, no. That's fair. Also, let me see. What was it called? Plasma? You know. Yes, plasma. Plasma. Yeah, there it is. Um, okay. Of course. Of course, the things everybody needs in life. Uh, of course, to control the motors, to control my silly little motors, I need to interface with commands, or no, I need to figure out how to handle commands from the user interface. What the fuck? Hi, Dino. Welcome in. How's it going? And it's a genuinely cool and very impressive piece of work, but you don't think there's a target audience for it? Yeah, yeah, no. Like if I wanted to actually code, I would code. Like there's games where you're solving puzzles through the use of coding as a medium, and that's fun sometimes. It's not like actually just making programs in a thing that is not software. This is just Godot. This is just Godot with extra steps. That's mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How's stream been? Stream's been good. We did a bunch of coding. Coding. We thought more about the thing we wanted to make. But we're getting closer to actually like starting on it. So I will take it. That is good enough for me. It's progress. Some progress. What is this? Why is this? Who is it? What? I don't get this. I really don't. I don't know what Salmon says is accurate. Target audience is fake news. You don't need a target audience. Just have Just make functions and then call functions and then broadcast events and listen to events and then make games. No, it's image. No, stop it. No. Make a UI. Compose an interactive UI for in-game displays in my silly little game about controlling a motor. Mm-hmm. That's what I always wanted. So, forwards or blocks, incoming signals. Kind of. Logic gates are, yes, similar. I had to assume, yeah, based on what allow and block, were saying, then the value that you gave to try to send would be sent out of past. See, that one makes sense. It's just once you move past that, it stops. Gate controller controls a group of gate. No, oh, okay. I think someone at the office figured out that they could make a bunch of nodes by just having them call actual like just the normal language stuff, and then they implemented all of them. Examine. Examine. Yeah, there's a that's this is just illegal. You can't do this. No. Uh-uh. There's no way it actually does anything with this, though. It just passes this through to the framework underneath. Yeah, I think I understand why it probably failed, or probably why it didn't do so hot. You really, this was not where you should have been putting your time and energy. Lua is a language. It's a coding language. It's like Python, but for like C# and .NET. Lua functions just like Python, so it's the same as like a Python function, but inside Lua. I don't know how you specify one. I'm sure there's something in here. Okay. Variable reader, variable writer. There's a timeline. A swapper. Okay, forwards either a primary or secondary payload. Fine. Sequencer. Selector. Router. Repeater. Minecraft. A relay. Range tester. Checks whether a value is below, within, or above a given range. Okay, well, range tester, that's very standard. Property interfacer. Output interfacer. Mapper. Okay, lovely. Again. Yeah. Lua is nice because it is structured just like Python, or it's very similar. It's a scripting language, so it's easier to learn and easier to work with than something like C# or C++. But because it runs in the .NET ecosystem, I think it runs similar to, because I know the other one, the other scripting language is F#. That the other like .NET scripting language is F#. Okay, well that's not helpful. Strongly, F sharp is strongly typed functional first programming language. And yeah. Okay, yeah. So people like Lua because it has a fast learning curve and because it runs in .NET. So as long as you can, as long as your thing, your app, your game, whatever runs in .NET, then you can integrate Lua relatively easily, from what I understand. Color Composer, Color Decomposer, Color Mapper, Color Tweener, Component Checker, Component Informer. Oh shit, Dino, I don't know if you're still here, but I don't ever asked you how your day's going. Morning, I think. Morning still. Mm. Mm. Dino, you just here, just like listening to me talk? I appreciate that. I do talk. A lot sometimes. Other times I'll just forget about it. Day's going fine though. Nice, nice. Right, it's Thursday. It was Wednesday 5 hours ago. Something like that. No, I keep thinking it's Wednesday. I'm like, it feels like middle of the week, but it's not middle of the week. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh, Formatter, JSON inspector, log monitor, logger, parser, property reader, property writer, sound fetcher, text editor, a text editor, a text manipulator, offers various operations on it. Okay. And a ticker outputs a signal every tick, fine. Time controller offers several commands to set and get time-related data. Timer outputs a signal after a specific amount of time, and value injector injects a value of any type as a payload onto an incoming signal and outputs it. Okay. Basically, this game thought way too hard about what it was doing. There was no need. Dino? Yeah. Crazy hours I keep, and someone has to stream the DGen hours. Probably. That's what I tell myself. Someone has to do it. Wait, what do you want me to do? To slider to percentage mapper. Percentage from percentage mapper. No, they're both pink and sign. Pink connection carries percentage value. Could be percentage property. So, okay. Map. Contents. Cyan one triggers the map command. The percentage remember the pin connection is always executed before the cyan connection to ensure it maps the correct value. Thank you for the hydrate, Dino. And the posture check. Examine how much time peak map preset. Meeting bars. You know, we could leave that to the other time zones, but like. Your speed. What is that? Oh, that's. Oh, is that this sketch? So it's an actual component? Below, then over, test, range tester, upper limit, value, lower limit, upper limit, value, yeah. Screen, state, content, under. Okay, fine, fair enough. Hmm. So if I just spin. Okay, no. Again, I come back to, is there a game here? I don't know if there's a game here. Variables are pieces of data that can be referenced as data type. In this case, an operator is output analog. Output analog value. Variable writer for the variable val knows how there isn't a connection to the value. Yeah, because it's variable. Variables can be created by opening up the variables window in the upper left. Can you change the data type of the content? Wow, wow, apply. So now if I just spin, same idea. What is that? A meter? Oh, digital gauge. Okay. Oh yeah, dino. Why is there a spider that follows me? I don't know, but there is, and it's fun. Oh, and then because someone needed to make it actually do that. Yeah. It is a lot of boxes that. See, that's cool, but why? Okay, so there's a cube 2, which is the root. Okay, so around corner, the surround corner. Okay, again. So what is it? Scale, rotate, detach, delete, reset, build, attach, paint, and okay. Uh, let's build a flashlight. Small blaze. Plasma cannon. Plasma cannon.
All right, let's build the plasma cannon.
Never mind. Shut up. I'm sorry, but no. I'm gonna. I'll do it myself now. Thank you. There's a barrel. Behavior. Behaviors. Oh, okay. Oh, that when the thing in early access says something is experimental, you know it's probably not. Perfectly. There. Mini docking station. Netlink. What the fuck you mean an NFC interface? Why is there an NFC interface? Oh look, there's a plasma cannon. It's a power switch. I think. I mean, like, I think this could be fun, but, okay. Oh, hell yeah. So there's an actual base? Okay, but then, like, is there a thing that we do? Or is this just we do things for the sake of doing them? You know, that would be fine too, but it's a little different. Um, oh, I know what everything is for. Oh, okay. It is still a little crazy that you spent that much time building all that, but okay, I understand. Okay, you're not building a UI for the actual game. You're building a UI for the screens. Then I have to know. I have to know if someone tried. You know, someone probably did. This would be fun. Great job finishing your training, showing your engineer. Plasma Labs Inc. is happy to have you on board. We've deployed this home base for your convenience. Two crates here and there containing the first devices you'll have to finish assembling and test. Okay. Okay, so there's things. Uh, oh wait, no. Okay, so that's how you rotate stuff. No, no. Let's see. Um, Ideas. Okay, maybe I need to turn the sensitivity down a tad. That's a lot. One. Okay, that's lighter. And feedback. Okay, we can go do things. That's where we just were. This, I assume, closes and opens the door. Wow. This makes you coffee gas. Can you put this here? And how much do these things interact? Kind of. Not really that much. Oh. Hmm. Interesting. Was it on the base? The fuck, I saw an interact. Oh, I guess that's what it does. Okay. Again, is this it? Then this is how you just get out, and then there's a couple things that they want you to make. I think is this the crate? This is a drone root. That's for making a drone. There's. Oh, okay. Oh wait, no, stop. So these are things people have made. Also, we have an ad break in 1 minute, 2 minutes. I can see things. No, 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 no. Okay. Complaint center is crazy. Okay. Laser fields. Aerial faith plate. Laser receptacle. Excursion funnel. A dummy. Okay. Porta portable crates. Parts. Hard hard light bridge. What the hell? No. Oh, there's pinball. Okay. I fucking suck. Eh. Oh, okay. You know, it could be worse. It could be worse. The fact that it isn't worse is somewhat of a shock. I, and okay. Well, okay. And then what's oh, you browse worlds. What the hell? Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. I mean, I have no idea. But that's a thing. Okay. Go make a drone, I think. Yoink. Attach the GPS to the drone. Attach the controller to the drone. And switch the drone to solid. Mount the remote. Turn the drone on with the remote 1. Dano, you have no idea what's going on. Neither do I. I'm gonna be honest. Like maybe I think there's like potentially something here. Do I even? Oh, okay. Never mind. Can I not have advanced actions, please? Paint primary area, paint second area, toggle tree. What the hell? Okay. That's mm-hmm. Okay, what was this game made for? E. Is there anything there? There's on off. Uh, mm-hmm. None. Mount. Wait, no. 4, unmount. 2. Wait, switch to solid R. F mount. One, turn the drone on. Okay, bye. Oh, okay, no, you follow the controller. Oh. See, like, this is cool and all. I love it. It's very, very interesting. But why? Okay, it would be kind of funny if it just kind of, like, dropped to the ground. Okay, that's kind of. And another one of these. Um, oh, okay, so you can cycle through the rotations on it. Oh, okay, so we put it here, and we say, nope, that's not right. Was there another way to turn it? No. Okay. One more. Okay. Open component library. Find and spawn a docking station. Attach docking station to the quad. Attach the plate to the quad. How? How's the plate attached? Just like that. Okay. That's not right. Control shift. Oh, okay. This is a little better. Structures, And then we park. Okay. Yeah. Good. Ah, lovely. I think you'll just walk. Well, this is certainly an interesting game. Continue to be confused. Spawn. Attach the spawner to the dispenser. Okay. Open the sketch of the dispenser. Profits. Yeah, it is very in depth. This is a game that has stopped being developed, which is how I got it. Because once they stopped developing it, they released it for free. But yeah, apparently they were developing it for like 5 years before they even released it, and then they were, they released it for in early access for like 2 years, and that was 2024. So it's been another 2 years. So it's been like 10 years of the game, which is very cool. But also, I can see where those years went. At least like there's just so much that you would never ever need unless you were actually just building a game inside of the game. Which I think gets into like games that try to be like their own like game worlds. Yeah. Like scope creep. You start making something and then you're like, but like it wouldn't be that hard to add this one small feature and it would be pretty cool. Like it's not that important, but it would be pretty cool and won't be that much effort. And you do that once and you're fine. You do that 200 times and it's no longer a little bit of time. Or you're like, oh, I want to, well, I mean, like, I'm already building this big framework. I might as well just add on this feature, or like add on this chunk, which will take a little more effort to develop, but not like humongously more, and it would make the game a lot more in depth. And again, like, you do that once and it's not bad, but if you keep falling into that scope, you keep letting the scope keep creeping up. Words, I have them. If you keep doing that, then it becomes a problem. And that is, I think, unfortunately, where they got lost a little bit. Yeah, you fear that be you if you ever got into games? No, no, I think that's a lot of people, just in general. That I mean, like I'm guilty of that. I've done that a lot, which is just a big issue you need to focus on. What the fuck? Yeah, like I'm guilty of that. I've done that with a lot of projects, and that leads to a lot of dead projects. And I think like when you're learning, it is cool because then you're following your passion. But you're following your passion, and you think that you're learning a lot, and you are progressing a lot. But when you let that happen, and I like, uh, I think maybe it sounds a little bit like shade to the developers. There's no shade at all. This is something that happens a lot. It is unfortunate that it led to the death of a a product, because I think that is where the early access ends. I mean, besides that, I think you can build things on your own. So, I mean, we might look at that sometime, but yeah. No, like what I was saying, no shade to the developers. That it is unfortunate, it is a thing that happens, but we're all human. We all make mistakes sometimes. I think it is a good learning experience. I would love to see whatever, if these developers are working on anything. I don't know if they are, but I would be very interested in that, because it is a very, very cool game that oh oh, that makes sense actually. I'm gonna be honest. Wait, developer. Yeah. No shit. Okay. That actually makes a lot of sense then. I don't. Okay. Yeah. So one of the developers is Dry Cactus, who made Polybridge, which is, if you don't know, a very, very big and successful, I guess, game series now, where you make bridges. Wow, to accomplish goals. And then another one, which I think is a lot more on point, has made this thing called Retro Gadgets, which is, um, from the description, a sandbox where you build code and customize gadgets inspired by old school electronics. Which sounds a lot like this. That sounds a lot like the same kind of inspiring, or the same thing that inspired this. But I mean, that looks like it's been a success, at least for a bit. Oh, oh no. Hmm, that's okay. That doesn't give me confidence for that either. But okay, that's something else. But yeah, no, it's a big game. They had a lot in mind. I think it is very cool what they did with it. Like the fact that you can make, um, if I look at some of this, you got like a car, and you have a house, and then you can get a spider that follows you and moves around a world in, um, like via just like tracking you and stuff, and like you have this an RC controller, walking base, a spaceship. This is a lot, and it's very, very cool. But yeah, it when you add too much, it stops being sustainable to continue adding things, to continue working on the game. Yeah. Great concept for a game for sure. Oh shit, I didn't even read this other message. My bad. Um, I know that's how I am with my writing. If you just had this subplot, which was so cool. An interesting dress later looks nothing like what you'd intended. Yeah, 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 exactly. There was a reason I stopped writing after COVID. Um, well, I'm not a writer, just in any capacity, but like just yeah, same thing. I think it's a thing a lot of people do. Um, like it's the same thing as like when artists will be like, well, I mean, like the thing is finished technically, but it doesn't ever feel done. It's like that, but when that moves backwards towards, while you're developing the the thing itself, I think it's an entire subset of skills, uh, probably some part of executive functioning somewhere, that I think people don't really think of as a skill because we think of just adding things and being creative and productive as a good thing, which it is, but it is a skill to learn to curb those when they get too much. I know creating in any form is very fulfilling. But yeah, you can get caught in the weeds when something is actually done. Yeah, exactly. Forget who it was. I didn't actually watch the video, but someone, um the YouTuber I watched was talking about it. Essentially video about how like your brain gets addicted to ideas, and then when you actually go to do the thing, it wants to just continue thinking about ideas, which I think is a very interesting way to think about it. I'm not a psychologist, but that's what it sometimes feels like. That just like there are so many ideas and they're all there. And then when you finally pick one and you sit down to start working on it, your brain's like, but like, what if there were more ideas inside of the big idea? Anyways, that's definitely something that I need to be better about, but it is what it is. Dino thinking is more fun than doing? Yeah, yeah, it really is. So that is going to be it for today. I I need to head to bed. Yeah, that's basically it. How long have we been live? 4.5 hours. Yeah. So I will be heading to bed. Before that, I'm gonna see if uh fuck it. Let's go hang out with Adam. Wait. Uh, we are going to go raid Adam. Go say hi to Adam. He's cool. Raid message. I forget. There. Top one is if you aren't subscribed. Bottom one is if you are. I appreciate you all hanging out with me. Next stream will probably be in 2 days. I'm not streaming tonight, so probably 2 days, maybe 3 days. Join the Discord, or I will. I'll have an announcement up tomorrow if I'll be streaming then. Or tomorrow I'll say if I'm streaming the day after that. Whatever. The stuff. With that being said, remember to take care of yourself. Dying is, in fact, bad for your health. Drink water, eat food, get rest, and I will see y'all next time. Bye.